Good afternoon. Hope you're having a great week. It is Monday, June 1st, 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time, here in Addis, Louisiana. What's the weight of this thing? It feels really light, but heavy loads, 19,500 kilograms.
Head southeast.
Why the hell do they put this shit in kilograms? I think that's like 43,000 pounds. All right. We get out of here. These are really tight turns and really narrow shoulderless roads, so
turn right onto Sid Richardson Road.
Bear with me while I get out of here without hitting anything. All right. So I got here at about 1:30 and I'm now leaving at 3:15. The trailer was not ready when I got here, and this place was a cluster. You can see trucks parked along the roadway here. There are still a lot of trucks sitting here waiting on loads. But whenever I got here, there were a lot more. There's like 3 or 4 trucks waiting on loads right now. There were probably 8 trucks waiting on loads when I got here, maybe more. Let me try to count. There were 5 of them in that spot. There were 3 along the road. Yeah, somewhere in the ballpark of like 8 to 10 trucks waiting on loads, not including me. And I didn't have anywhere to drop my empty. I got to the lot over there, and it was completely full, so I walked up to one of the yard dogs that was parking a trailer in a spot, and I said, "Where do you want me to put it?" And he said, "This lot's full." He said, "You can't park anywhere in here. You'll be blocking something." He said, "You're going to have to go take it to the other lot." I said, "Where everybody parks and waits for their load?" And he said, "Yeah. If there's people parked in there, you're going to have to tell them to move so you can put the trailer, and they're going to have to go park along the street." And I'm like, all right. So I parked along the street and walked over to the other side, the other lot, and I knocked on the door of 2 TSD drivers, and I said, "Hey, the other lot's full. They told me that I have to park it over here and empty. And they said to tell one of the drivers parked here to go park along the street." All right, there's no left turn for trucks, but if I roll up here, there's no traffic, I make the left turn. There's somebody, the car parked at the stop sign. The person just got out of their car and got back into it. They've got their 4-ways on. All right, now they're driving away. All right, this is a really rough railroad tracks. So if there is a decent amount of traffic, then I have to go to the right and do a U-turn, which is not really safe in a truck to be doing a U-turn across a highway, but that is what the law says you have to do here.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Louisiana 1 North.
Oh my goodness. Bumpity bump bump. Yeah, we're going to be taking a right. Well, wait for this damn cop. All right, the cop just now put on his turn signal.
In 1,000 feet, make a U-turn at Chernago Road.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. I don't see a break in traffic, and for me to do a U-turn, it's quite time consuming. So I need a pretty big break in traffic for me to be able to do a U-turn. Okay, there might be a break in traffic. I think I might see one. Maybe. All right, here we go.
Continue on Louisiana 1 North for 8 miles.
Yeah, this is a lot better than a damn left-hand turn, Louisiana. It's a lot safer. Me out here doing 5 miles an hour doing fucking donuts in a highway. All right, so let's talk about what's been going on. I've been recording videos. I just haven't been uploading many of them because they keep getting interrupted, or I get somewhere and I can't upload it because the internet's so bad. I paused the video while I was dealing with drama there, picking the load up, and when I came back, the video was just stopped. I don't know what happened. So a lot of stuff to talk about because I've talked about so much stuff in the videos that I haven't uploaded. I deleted them all. Like, I can only hold so many videos on my phone. After I upload something, I delete it. So Tony, the Landstar agent, has been getting on my nerves. He's half-assing his job. Whenever I first started this account, he was like an overzealous schoolboy on, like, first day of school. Like, he was very enthusiastic. And he was also, like, telling me, hey, man, hurry up and turn in your bills of lading, and I'll process them instantly so you can get paid fast and I can get paid fast. And he did that for the first week. And then after that, he's gotten pretty lazy, and he hasn't been processing any of my weekend loads on the weekend. He waits until he gets in on Monday to process them. And he keeps screwing up on the rate confirmations. He doesn't put the correct addresses, the correct drops, the correct amount of money. Like, he screws up on everything. Now, he's really good about fixing it when the money is wrong, but if anything else is wrong, he won't fix it. I have 2 loads that I did recently that have the wrong addresses on them. Like, a load that I delivered to Morrison, Tennessee, he has it listed as delivering to Union, I think, Tennessee. I'm not sure if it's Tennessee or South Carolina or Union. Like, Union is a city in pretty much every state. And on another one of my loads, he has it picked up in, I can't remember if it picked up in Addis or Ovenhigh, Louisiana. I think it was the one that picked up in Ovenhigh, Louisiana. He has it listed as picking up in Franklin, Louisiana. And he, has not fixed those rate confirmations yet. And I told him, in an email, I told him the addresses were wrong on the last 2 loads. Actually, it's been like the last 3 or 4 loads. Because the load before that one, it had 3 different addresses on it, and he only put 2 of the 3 addresses. So, there's been things wrong with almost every rate confirmation he sent me, and he hasn't fixed all of the issues. And I said the last email that I sent about it on Saturday, I asked in the email, I said, do you not worry about non-payment? I said, I've had customers refuse to pay for loads because the addresses were in the wrong order. My contract with Landstar states that I get paid for a load whether the customer pays or not, as long as I don't do anything wrong. So if the customer refuses to pay, the agent has to eat the loss. I was trying to convey to him, because he seemed a little grumpy whenever I was sending him rate confirmations back and telling him to fix shit. He seemed grumpy, like he didn't want to do it. Like, why is this guy being so picky about the rate confirmations? You know, that kind of attitude. There was one rate confirmation that he corrected it twice. He sent me 2 corrected rate confirmations, and it was still wrong. And he said, I've already sent you 2. I'm not going to do another one. So I tried to explain to him in the email that, I'm doing this for your benefit. I'm going to get paid. I'm going to fight with Landstar to get paid. And why in the fuck are these people flying by me and then cutting me off? I just have to keep slowing down, and then the cars behind me fly up and cut me off, and I have to slow down even more. And I'm just in this perpetual slowing down. Because of jackasses who think they're the most important people in the world. And now they go back over the left lane. There was absolutely no reason for them to be in the right lane. They just felt like cutting me off. now they're forcing their way back over to the right lane. Like, these people are assholes. Like, there was hardly any space in between those two cars, and they jumped around them.
There are police reported ahead.
And now they're going to make a right turn in front of them. Oh my goodness. These people act like they are the only people in the world. The rest of us are like non-player characters in their world. So anyway, yeah. Having drama with the Landstar agent, and we better not have non-payment issues. Like these kind of issues, like not fixing bad information on rate confirmations. This is the kind of stuff that I would stop doing business with an agent over. Like, if I was not on a dedicated account and like I was dealing with this with just an agent I just randomly dealt with on a load, I would put them on a list that, like, you know, I don't really want to do business with that person again. If they can't do like the basics of their job, then why would I want to partner with them? Like, I'm the one out here doing all the hard work. This jackass can't do something as simple as put the correct information on a piece of paper. All right, the I-10 exit is nasty. It's a construction exit. It's a really tight turn.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the ramp to I-10 East.
And there is stopped traffic on the interstate. Completely stopped traffic on the damn interstate. Awesome. Some truck driver just ran across the exit.
Use the right lane to take the ramp to I-10 East.
I think he's a truck driver. I think he's driving that truck right there, and he's moving the lane closure sign so he can drive across.
Turn to I-10 East.
Alright, slow down because we're going to be coming to a stop around this turn. This is awesome. This is a really steep grade to be stopping on. Hopefully this doesn't last long. Traffic was stop and go on the way in here.
Continue on I-10 East for 3/4 of a mile.
Google is trying to fucking reroute me. It's wanting me to take this damn exit right here. I'm not taking this exit. I keep seeing a lot of people getting over into this lane. I think it's because Google is rerouting them. And here comes more jackasses trying to hop lanes. Are you fucking kidding me? Even a semi is jumping lanes. Ooh, this lane's moving faster. I gotta get over there. Oh, there's space. I gotta get over there. Now let's come to a fucking stop. I was just getting this lane moving real nice. And this guy has to jump over in it. And we have another jackass. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the reason people tailgate, is because of assholes like this. Now this guy is going to block both fucking lanes. Stupid jackass. Just fucking cut me off.
In half a mile, take exit 155A for Louisiana 30, Nicholson Drive, toward LSU.
There's a car jumping across all lanes of traffic. There goes another one. What the fuck is with people, man? And now they're cutting off in front of this person, getting over into the other damn lane. They just see space and they jump over into it. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Take exit 155A.
This is why we're stopped here. Is all these people in the left lane at the last second are cutting across. Because they are in the wrong damn lane. Look at this fucking idiot. This hotshot jumped across 2 lanes to take the exit.
In a quarter mile,
Oh.
slide left onto the
And there's a sign that the right lane ends. And all these people are jumping over into the right lane.
Continue on I-10 east for 4 miles.
Let me double check.
You're in a 6-minute slowdown on I-10
Yeah, right
east.
lane ends in
You're still on the
3/4 of a
fastest
mile.
route.
So I'm just going to chill in this lane until it ends, but I'm going to try to pace the cars next to me. Otherwise, if I get out of this lane, people are just going to hop over in this lane and use it as a passing lane. That's the reason this traffic is all jammed up. Just inconsiderate jackasses that are using ending lanes as passing lanes, and they're in the wrong lane cutting across at the last second. That other lane should start speeding up. This fucking asshole. He just passed way out in the left lane, cut across traffic, and then got into the ending lane, and is passing in that lane too. And here we got another jackass that did the exact same thing. It's a certain type of person that does this shit. And now we're rolling. And we're trying to leave some space out here. That way all the people that need to merge on and off have a way to do it without cutting people off and slamming on their damn brakes. And we got people doing the stupid because they see space. And I need to get over left a lane over the next 3 miles. I think I should be good in this lane. The ambulance trying to get somewhere on the other side. Whenever I get out of traffic, I'll try to talk about something, but right now we're just like John Maddening what's going on here. Because it takes a lot of focus to drive in heavy traffic, especially when you're max weight, because I need a lot of stopping distance. So this Range Rover is just keeping everyone in suspense with their left turn signal. Oh, I was okay in that lane. However, I think that lane to the right of me, however it's good for the exit, I think it actually ends shortly after the exit. Could be wrong on that. Have to make a mental note.
In half a mile, keep left to continue on I-12 East. Follow signs for Hammond. Keep left to continue on I-12 East. Continue on I-12 East for 38 miles.
No, it looks like that right lane was good. The more you know. So now I know next time if I get in a situation where it's hard for me to change lanes, I'm okay in that lane. See how stop traffic starts? Heavy merges and people just riding nut to butt and people having to slam on their brakes for merging traffic, cutting them off. People driving without adequate spacing is one of the biggest causes of traffic jams. They don't have any space, and it makes it very difficult for people to merge on and off. All right, we're coming up to slow traffic again. That box truck, that green box truck keeps diving to the left and hitting their brakes. The hell is that SUV doing? There's an SUV that just drove off way off the shoulder. I think they were just trying to look around traffic and see what it looked like. Oh, that green box truck finally got over in front of me. They kept diving to the left. It was like they were seeing something to the right and they needed to get over to the left, and they kept diving and then backing out of it because there was somebody blocking them. Now, it looks like there's a lot of space out here, and this is good, awesome city driving, but it is a cluster in front of me, and it's a cluster behind me. There's just space right here around me. Who created that space? Yeah, I did. And then you have certain people that are just more lizard brain than others. They're like, oh, look at all that fucking space. And they just about shit their pants. Hopping out in there and passing everybody. We're moving pretty good. We're doing 60 miles an hour right now. Speed limit is 65. And I'm trying to pace that green box truck up there, which just got back into the right lane, but also that flatbed hauling the rolls of whatever the crap that is. But I'm also trying to create space from all the four-wheelers that are moving in between us. So I'm moving really close to the same speed as, yep, just crapping his pants. Just, oh my God, gotta get in that space. Things should clear up pretty soon. And then we've only got 30 miles until we get onto Interstate 55. And once I get onto 55, everything should be awesome. But this side of the interstate was stop and go when I came in. And it got worse while I was getting my load. Starting to catch up with that flatbed in front of me. This pickup to my right's like, oh, all those cars hopped in front of this truck and passed everybody. I think I can do it too. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. And I'm starting to speed up. He's like, oh, the options gets disappearing. I got to do it now or I can't do it at all. Ah! And he missed out on the opportunity. We're doing 64 miles an hour. Speed limit 65, so we're moving really good. And if we didn't have the people going 80 miles an hour, then traffic would actually be moving great right now. But we have people flying from up from behind us doing like 80, 100 miles an hour and stacking up in front of us, catching up with slower traffic. There, he finally fucking went for it. It's like, ah, man, I was about to crap my pants. I had to do it. So I'm going to top off fuel again in Macomb, Mississippi. I topped off fuel on the way down, and I took a shower because I stank something awful. I was nasty. Like, I don't know how I got to stinking so bad. The only thing I can think of is from the soot that I've been stomping around on. Oh, there was a ton of people that exited right there. Maybe it was that black soot at these carbon plants that I've been getting on me. And then, you know, there was I was sweating quite a bit. And I was thinking about taking a shower again on the way up. I've already had a shower today, but when I was picking up this load, oh my goodness, I got absolutely drenched in sweat. Because it has the air landing gear, which sounds awesome, right? You don't have to crank down or up the landing gear on your own. You just pull a lever.
There are police reports.
And it does it for you. Well, yeah, that's awesome when it works. But this one, I couldn't get it to change gears. And the air landing gear system will only put so much like pressure on the landing gear. So, like, if it is cranked up really high, or if the load is heavy and you try to crank it in high gear, the air system won't do it. It'll just sit there not moving because it'll only put so much pressure on it. I could not get it into low gear. So I sat there beating the hell out of it. Normally you can just grab a hold of the rod and twist it around until it frees up and then pull it in and out to change gears. This one, you could not pull it in and out. I had to get channel locks and a hammer and a crescent wrench out there to get it into low gear. And then when I eventually got it into low gear, it still wouldn't turn because the load was so heavy and it was jacked up so high. It wasn't like the weight wasn't on my fifth wheel because it was up so high. So I had to get out there with a crescent wrench and crank it down with a crescent wrench until I relieved enough pressure on it that the air system would crank it down in low gear. That was not easy. That was a lot of hard work. We're doing 70 miles an hour right now. So yeah, getting the landing gear raised on the trailer was very difficult. I was out there for about 30 minutes in 90-something degree, 100,000 humidity weather. Like, it's crazy, the humidity down here. High temperature and high humidity is absolutely brutal. So yeah, I am still drenched in sweat. I'm thinking about taking another shower. But I've kind of made the decision not to. Because now I've cooled off, started to dry out. And that's got me thinking about my tropical punch. And something weird is I have these huge 7-gallon water containers. And I finally almost finished off one of them. I think there's about a gallon of water left in one of them. And the water I'm getting out of that container has started to smell bad. Like a little mildewy kind of smell. It smells off. All right, I think we're far enough away from town that the on and off ramp traffic isn't that bad. We'll go ahead and get over in the right lane. Is this a sign that the right lane's about to end? Are you fucking kidding me? I just now move over to the right lane. This better not be a sign that says right lane ends. It better be something about wet bridges. Bridge ices before road, yeah. That's my luck, man. Like every time I move over into the right lane, it ends. "20 miles until I-55 north." All right, so what's going on with Iran? Well, the Trump administration has really never stopped saying that the war is going to end any moment. The left lane's going to end in 1 mile. And Iran has been saying that no, it's not. We're not remotely close to a peace deal. We're not remotely close to any kind of agreement. And Iran has come out and said that the U.S. government is saying that we're close to a deal and saying all these things, even though they're lies. They're saying them to appease their supporters. which is true. Trump is doing it to manipulate the financial markets and to manipulate public opinion. If they told everybody the truth, they would probably panic. And the financial markets would probably crash. And it's absolutely crazy that the financial markets are so disconnected from reality. This always happens right before a major market crash. Alan Greenspan referred to it as irrational exuberance. I think that's what he used to describe the financial market leading up to the dot-com bubble burst. Wow, that looked like maybe an important part from a car. Sorry, bro, didn't see it till the last second. I can't really see shit this close to another truck. It's the reason I don't like to have anybody around me. So the stage is being set for a financial crash, like a market crash. There's a lot of things happening that typically always happen around a market crash. You have irrational exuberance. We've had that for a long time. The financial markets become disconnected from reality. We've had that for a long time. You have a triggering event, like a global supply chain disruption or a housing market a lot of housing market foreclosures, the market being flooded with foreclosure properties. You know, what happened in the 2008-2009 crash was the housing market bubble started to burst. That was the triggering event. The triggering event for that bubble bursting was massive loan defaults. And if you want to go, to like a root cause of that, well, you could go from the loan defaults and you could follow that back to rising interest rates, because a lot of those loans were adjustable rate mortgages because those people had shitty credit. And then if you want to follow that further back, you could blame the lenders for doing like the no verification loans and giving loans to people. The underwriters were giving loans to people who didn't even have jobs. They had no way of repaying the loans. If you keep following that back, you can follow it all the way back to President George W. Bush saying that it was everyone's right as an American to own a home because of the pursuit of happiness. And he was going to instruct lenders to make it possible for everybody to have a home. So the government was the root cause of the problem. In my opinion. But yeah, there has to be a triggering event for a bubble to burst, and we have one. The shortages caused by the global supply chain, that is definitely a triggering event. We have a lot of bubbles right now and we have a massive triggering event that can expose a lot of these financial bubbles. So we could have a lot of bubbles bursting. All right, we're going out and around. There is a pack of trucks right here. I've got 11 miles until my exit. Plenty of time to pass these folks. And I am hungry. Last night when I stopped at a mom and pop truck stop, and whenever I stop at a mom and pop truck stop, I try to support them, go in and find something I need and buy it. And if they have decent food at a decent price, then, I'll buy some food while I'm in there. And it seems like everybody's sped up. I was going faster than this pack at 70, and I sped up to 75. Great. Right when I get up to the back end of this flatbed, it's going to jump out in front of me. Nope, it changed its mind. I hate when they put the rumble strips like right on the yellow line. This rumble strip's like actually an inch past the yellow line. I've slowed down to 73. Oh, I am flying by them now. I think what happened was they had space in between them, and they were speeding up because I was passing. I think they closed off that space, and then once that space was gone, they went back down to the speed they were going before. If I had to guess, I'd say that's what happened. Oh, there's a nice pack of four-wheelers. Traffic got jammed in behind me because the four-wheelers saw a slow truck and they all sped up and caught up with me. There was a pretty big gap between me and the four-wheelers, and I was doing 75 for the most part around those trucks. And all these damn four-wheelers sped up, caught up with me. What's going on? You passed me, you moved over in front of me, and now you're hitting your brakes and slowing down.
There are police reported ahead.
Like, what the hell, man? Take your damn exit. Get the hell out of my way. 5.5 miles. And Interstate 55 should be much lighter traffic than this. Uh-oh. Damn it. Got another pack of four-wheelers coming up on me. We're catching up with a slow-ass truck. Yeah, four-wheeler, hop over in that space. Let's turn the cruise off. We have a weigh station and judging speed, a little over a mile, 1.25 mile. All trucks right lane. Yeah, just keep stacking up in front of me. I'm down to 65 miles per hour because of all these vehicles stacking up in front of me. So anyway, stopped at a mom and pop last night, and I was planning on cooking food, but then I was like, I'll see if they've got something. And I went in there, and they had some stuff in the hot plate. They had a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich that was like toasted. Sandwich bread that was like toasted. And it was $4. I was like, that's kind of pricey. And then they had for $7, weigh station closed. For $7, they had a rice bowl. It was a rice and steak bowl. And I was like, that sounds really good. I said, can you open it up and let me look at it? And they opened it up, and it was like some kind of meat on a flour tortilla with some kind of cheese spread over it.
In 2 miles, take exit 38B for I-55 North toward Jackson.
I'm too close to the exit to pass, so I'm just stuck. Stuck behind these 65 vehicles. So I'm wait until we get on to 55 because traffic keeps stacking in front of me. All these assholes passing in the left are jumping over into the right, and we're slowing down more and more with every asshole that jumps into the lane in front of me. So that's 55 south. We don't want 55 south. I hope all these sons of bitches
In half a mile,
are hopping on
take exit
55 south.
for I-55 North toward Jackson.
Not a lot of them. All right, this is a really tight, like 20 mile per hour exit.
Take exit 38B.
Bro, I don't have anywhere else to go. I'm coming out. It's happening. Just lay back and enjoy it. Look at Swift out here in the hammer lane just flying by everybody. Living the dream. Swift never done so much passing in all their life. Better get your slow ass back over in the right lane, Swift. Oh my goodness, I'm up to 62 and I'm already matching Swift's speed. And Swift has got traffic backed up quite a ways. So it's going to take a minute for me to get around Swift. Oh my God, just had to have this slow ass truck pass me and then move over in front of me right before I got up to speed. Now we're going even slower. Man, I thought traffic would clear up quite a bit as soon as I got onto 55, but it's just bumper to bumper. There is nothing but four-wheelers as far as the eye can see in both directions. What time is it? 4:34 p.m.? We haven't even hit rush hour yet. Are all these the people getting off early so that they can beat rush hour? Oh my God, this slow-ass Swift is getting out in the left lane again. What in the shit is Swift getting out in the left lane for? They're going to pass a four-wheeler. And now four-wheelers are starting to pass Swift on the right. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, fuck you too, dumb bitch. That's what I'm talking about. That was a girl. A guy does that kind of shit intentionally. A girl is like, oh, look, people are letting me in. And they cut people off. They don't even realize what they're doing. They think that I did that to help them or for funsies or something. No, I just have a safe following distance, and you cut me off and jumped across 2 lanes to take an exit. And then she waved at me like, thanks. This dumbass Swift driver is very aggressive. For being in such a slow truck, they are very aggressive about getting into that left lane. And that's probably why there's 400 million cars passing me right now. Is because this dumb shit has been blocking traffic and caused a huge traffic jam back here. I want to get around him. As soon as I get an opening in the cars, I'm going around this jackass. It looks like I might get an opening. And then we'll get back more to the story of the meat. Oh, you fucking kidding me? This jackass, once they caught up with me, they slowed down and just sat alongside me and waited for cars to catch up with them. I was accelerating. I was ready to move over and everything. And this dumb shit in this SUV closed the gap on me because it's a guy. Once he got alongside me, he just fucking slowed down. All right, I've got a little bit of an opening right here, and we're just going for it. My acceleration was killed. I had to stop speeding up because I caught up with Swift. Just We're just, it would have been a really smooth pass had that fucking SUV not slowed down alongside me and waited for traffic to catch up. All right. Now, even though there's a lot of four-wheelers out here, smooth sailing. And it looks like four-wheelers might be clearing up quite a bit. There's a lot of people exiting here. What is this dumb shit doing? Looks like he might need to take the exit. Yep. What a jackass. Out here passing 100 feet before his damn exit. So, paid like $7 for the rice and steak. Supposedly it was steak. And the guy at the counter seemed like he was Indian. And when I say Indian, I don't mean like Columbus didn't know what side of the planet he was on. That flat earther. Actually, Columbus was, against the flat earthers. He was like one of the early, the earth isn't flat people. So, I mean, that's really stupid to call him a flat earther. Because he was trying to go around our circular world. But he didn't know what side of the planet he was on. He thought he was in India. And the Cherokee and Cree and the hundreds of other tribes of people who lived here have been called Indians ever since. So he was not that kind of Indian. He was like Indian. That's what he appeared to be anyway. And Indians are kind of notorious for bad food. One of the things that Indians are really notorious for is putting way too many spices in their food. And I think it's because they're used to eating really shitty food and they just cover it up with spices. I was able to eat, it was really difficult. I forced myself to eat about 10 bites out of the rice bowl. I ate maybe 10% of the rice bowl. The rice and steak bowl. And I just could not bear to eat any more of it. It was so spicy. And when I say spicy, I don't mean hot. I mean, imagine somebody just put way too much salt, garlic salt, seasoned salt, and just imagine like somebody just poured way too much seasoning in some food, and imagine taking a bite of that. That's what it tastes like. It tastes like something that was like somebody accidentally dumped a jar of garlic salt in it or something like that. It's like, oh my goodness, that is so. It doesn't taste like food. It tastes like some kind of chemical or something. So yeah, I threw it away. So that's what I had for dinner last night, was that bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and like 10 bites of some really nasty food. Got somebody on the shoulder. I've got a four-wheeler flying by me right now. Doesn't look too bad on the shoulder. All right, I am running up against my 14-hour clock right now because of how long I had to wait for a load. All the time I wasted at that carbon plant, and then I thought the load was going to be ready by the time I got there, and I did not expect to be spending like 2 or 3 hours at the carbon plant. That caught me completely by surprise. So I would probably not have taken a shower on the way down if I would have known the situation was going to be like that. So I've got 4 hours and I'm 35 miles from my fuel stop. How many gallons of fuel am I going to be able to put in 200 miles at like 6 miles per gallon? Be 30 something gallons. You know what? I'm not going to stop for fuel. But if I don't stop for fuel, I'm still going to have to stop somewhere to pick out a stopping point. what I could do is just plot. Come on, get up to speed. Don't. Come on, get up to speed. Get up to speed. Get up to speed. Let me move out. I know how to get four-wheelers to speed up. You get out in the left lane. Nope, he's not speeding up. $107 miles to Jackson. It's 4:49 p.m. Let me throw in my, I can just click on my history and throw in the place where I stopped last night. It's going to take me a minute to do that. Touch screens are so much of a pain in the ass to use when there's a lot of movement, because there's so many different input methods on a phone that if my finger moves slightly while I'm trying to press on something, it thinks I'm sliding my finger instead of pressing. So that is one of the reasons that my driving videos get interrupted so much, is I lean over to like hit the pause button, and it takes the press on the pause button as a swipe, and then when I go to release, it takes a press on the stop button. The stop and the pause button are way too close together.
Your route may be affected by severe thunderstorm warning.
If I end up having to get fuel somewhere, then I'll just have to get fuel somewhere. All right, 234 miles to the same place that I parked last night. Little mom and pop truck stop. And now I'm going to be able to tell them how shitty that rice and steak bowl was. It's like, you guys need to take it easy on the spices. Like, are you like serving me rotten food or something and trying to cover it up with spices? What's going on? Oh, and something awesome is my fuel stop carries gallons of milk. They had tons of 2% milk. Yeah, it's $7 a gallon, which is crazy. But they had tons of milk. And I asked them, I was like, do you guys normally stock like regular milk? Because all you got in there is 2%. And the manager said that the supplier was out of whole milk. So all they got was 2%. I was like, all right, cool. So normally they have whole milk there by the gallon. But yeah, $7 a gallon, that's like twice as much, almost 3 times as much. At $2.50 a gallon, I can get 3 gallons for $7.50 at Walmart, and they're charging $7 for it for 1 gallon. It's like almost triple the price. I might just see if I can find a Walmart along this route. And today is Monday, right? I shouldn't have any issues with hours until, when did I start? Saturday morning was when I started this clock. So 12 Saturday, 12 Sunday, 12 Monday, that'd be 36 hours. I should have somewhere around 35 hours after today. Well, it's more like 14 hours a day. 14, 28, 42. So after this drive shift, I might only have about 28 hours left on my 70. And I'll be maybe 5 hours away from the delivery location. So yeah, after I deliver this load, man, I'm only gonna have like 23 hours left on my clock. That is really fast. That's like 2 days. So that would be Tuesday and Wednesday. I would be out of hours. I would be out of hours on Wednesday. I don't think that's right. Holy crap. This glass person just came flying up the on-ramp. It's like he was racing to get in front of me or something. Just ran me out of the lane. Normally I would move over for him, but I had plenty of room. But it takes a second to make sure you're clear because we have so many blind spots. I try to keep track of what's around me. That way, if I do need to react quickly, I can change lanes quickly. I got over there close to the rumble strip, and once I hit it, it just started pulling me to the right. I'm sitting there fighting it back to the left. They've got the rumble strips on the lines, and I'm a line rider. Whenever I'm passing somebody or somebody's passing me, I'm the type of person that moves over and rides the line typically. And I hate it whenever they put the rumble strip on the line, because I drive on the line a lot. So let me try and figure this out. So I am 225 miles away. That's 3 hours and 45 minutes. I have 3 hours and 49 minutes of drive time left. So as long as I keep up higher than 60 average, I should chip away at that and give myself a few more extra minutes. I would really like to have at least 15 minutes of extra time. That would be awesome. And I might take a shower. No, I'm not going to. The mom and pop truck stop that I'm stopping at, or I'm planning to stop at, has a sign that says free parking, free showers. And I'm like, I might take advantage of that. So if I get there in roughly 4 hours, what time is it? It is 5:02, so that'll be 9 p.m. That means I can start driving again at 7 a.m. Damn it. That sucks. Wait a second, let me think about this. Is my stopping point before or after Jackson, Mississippi? Or not Jackson, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is mainly what I'm worried about, the Memphis area. I don't want to drive through there during a high traffic time. Trying to remember, where in the hell is this place at? I think it is south of, I'm pretty sure it is south of Memphis. Yeah, I'm quite confident it's south of Memphis. That means that I'm probably going to be driving through Memphis at during rush hour. If my load would have been ready when I got there, things would have been so much better. I would have probably been able to make it through Memphis before rush hour. I'd probably be rolling through Memphis at like 6 a.m., maybe 7 a.m. But who knows? Maybe I'll be rolling through Memphis at like 9 a.m. I'm not sure how far away I am going to be from Memphis at this stop. And I can always just like set for an hour, an extra hour. Welcome to Mississippi. 7 to 8 a.m. That's the window you want to avoid, and 5 to 6 p.m. Because everybody typically has to be to work at 8 a.m. So they're commuting between 7 and 8 a.m. Once 8 a.m. hits, traffic usually dies off. But you also have a lot of the people that are going to places that open at 8 a.m. as consumers. So you have the workers traveling between 7 and 8, and then the consumers traveling between like 8 and 9. And I got the bypass on this way station. The sign says it is closed. I'm getting a strong exhaust smell. And I'm wondering if it's that work truck that passed me a second ago. I wonder if all of the Mississippi rest areas have signs that say no overnight parking. Because I stayed at one last week, and yeah, that one says no overnight parking at the entrance. Yeah, I stayed at one last week, and my goodness, who mows this? This is amazing. Whoever's maintaining this road is doing or not the road itself, but the landscaping around the road. They're doing a fantastic job. All right, so where are we sitting on money so far? As of the load that I delivered in Mount Vernon, I was at $20,000 gross to the truck since I started the dedicated account. And I'd only been paid about 8,800 or so. So as of that load that I delivered Saturday, I was owed 11,100 and something dollars gross to the truck that I hadn't been paid yet. And I don't know if that load got processed on Saturday or if they waited until Monday to process it. So I don't know if that load's going to be on this upcoming settlement. If it is on this next settlement, then this settlement tomorrow will be 11,100 and something dollars. If it's not, it'll be about how much less? It's 1,300 miles. It's 1,295 miles, but we'll just say 13 if I'm going to do math in my head. At $238 a mile. So that's 2,600. And then 38. We'll say it's a little over 3,100. I'm not going to fully math that out in my head. It looks like I got a tanker flying by me. So it'll be about $3,100 less. This load, I think, pays around $3,100. No, wait a second. It's going to be a lot more than that. Because the load that I delivered to Mount Vernon was, it wasn't a Mount Vernon to Addis back to Mount Vernon. It was, I started that load in Sumter, South Carolina. So that load was 1,500 miles, not 13. So it's 3,000 plus 380 and plus that's 545. It's like $3,545 approximately. I'm not going to get the exact number in my head. That might be the exact number, but I'm not going to try to. I think it's right around in there. So, is that Dolomite, Alabama? Robbie D. Wood, Dolomite, Alabama. That's what it looked like. Isn't that the big hat guy? He's from Dolomite or something like that. I forget what he's called. So it'll be about $3,600 less. Well, 35, 36, somewhere in that area. We'll go with 35. So 11.1 minus 35. would be what is that? $7,600. So this settlement is either going to be $7,600 or $11,100. And if it's only 76, then that $3,500, $3,600 is going to roll into the next settlement. That's the reason this one might be 11-1, is because on Memorial Day weekend, Tony did not process any of my weekend loads. So all those weekend loads rolled over into this week. And I don't live settlement to settlement. Just a second here. There's cars on the shoulder, and there's a car that just pulled off of the shoulder. So it looks like somebody just picked somebody up from that car on the shoulder, and they're taking them somewhere. And I think this is the TA that I was planning on stopping at for fuel. Yep, that's the one. Bo Diddley Memorial Highway. Who in the hell is Bo Diddley? So I'm averaging something somewhere in the ballpark of about, it was like $1,235 a day last time I calculated it, but that was like an extra long week. I didn't have as many 34-hour resets in that. So it's probably closer to $1,100 a day that I'm averaging, but that also includes days off. You know, my 34-hour restart, and, you know, times when I arrive at a shipper or receiver and the load's not ready and I have to set for a day. I had to do that twice last week for that Sumter, South Carolina load.
There's construction ahead.
So I think that's a pretty awesome daily average. $5 ahead, left lane closed. No, 2 miles ahead, my bad. Son of a biscuit. I just caught up with this slow truck. So let's turn the cruise off, slow down, and build up some distance. I just caught up with them to pass them. And now I'm going to have to slow down to set behind them in single lane. And they are slowing down as well. I'm down to almost 65 miles an hour, and I'm still going the same damn speed as them. Did they catch up with the slower vehicle? Golden Corral. You know what? If there's truck parking at the end of this, like if we go like 2 or 3 months doing this load, I might splurge and I go out and eat at some place like Golden Corral. You know, live large. I remember when I was a kid. Ooh, we're breaking. We were really, really poor. Son of a bitch, man. Rush hour traffic in some small town. Come on, man. What in the hell?
There's a lane closure ahead.
I forgot what I was talking about with that merging traffic. That was really dangerous. That was really stupid what this white SUV did. The car in front yielded. They didn't think it was safe to pull in front of me. And then the white SUV behind that car didn't feel like waiting and jumped out from behind that car that was coming to a stop. And they're a one exit wonder. And now they're exiting. And pulled out in front of me. Almost rear-ended that car and then pulled out in front of me. Just, I can't believe how aggressive and selfish people are. Anyway, what were we talking about? Money? Or are we still talking about money? Yeah. So somewhere around like $1,100 a day. What am I making on actual work days? Let me try to calculate that. How many miles am I getting on a day? I don't know. It would be a guess. I would say I'm pretty easily doing 600 miles a day. So 600 times 238, $2.38 a mile. That'd be 1,200. Be somewhere around $1,400 a day. I'm not going to do the exact math in my head. I got four-wheelers that floored it to get up to pass me, and once they got alongside me, they slowed down. They just so badly want to be in front of me. Why just me? Why not that truck in front of me? Why aren't you still going 100 miles an hour to pass that truck? And we're about to catch up with the rainstorm. I see black clouds ahead. $1,400 a day gross to the truck. I don't know if that's really amazing right now, given how high fuel prices are. I would have to calculate that. Fuel prices are somewhere around 40 cents a mile more expensive. So that's $240 less per day that I'm making because it's going to fuel. So it'd be the equivalent of 1,400 minus 240. So that'd be like 1,160. Is that right? It's the equivalent of making $1,160 a day gross to the truck back before the fuel prices got crazy. All right, we're going for the pass. All right, it's just about to start dumping. About a mile up. Got to really be careful of people slowing down when it starts raining. All these people that are out here driving 100 miles an hour are the most likely ones to like slow down to 20 when it starts raining. I hope the majority of the storm is to the right of us, and I hope we're just passing through the ass end of the storm. It looks like the clouds are letting up not too far ahead, and I can see really far, so it's not going to start raining really hard right now.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 North. Keep left to stay on I-55 North.
Just getting a nice little truck wash. You know what would be a really good celebration after this dedicated is over with? Long John Silver's. There's a Long John, like the Long John Silver's next to my house, shut down. And the only Long John Silver's near me is like 5 miles away. But I might be willing to make the 5-mile trek to celebrate. Alright, what in the hell is in the road? Is that just water or is that a tire? I think that's a tire. Holy shit. Those cars were swerving like crazy to avoid that tire. And that might be the end of the rain. Hopefully it is. Got just enough to clean the windows, wash the truck a little. That was nice. Ah, it's picking up again. Yeah, 1160 per day. Gross to the truck. That's pretty good. I see a lightning straight ahead of me, so we're not done with it. Yeah, what I've always tried to do while I've been an owner operator is $1,000 a day gross to the truck. If you can do $1,000 a day gross to the truck, you're doing pretty damn good. And my threshold for my minimum has been $500 a day gross to the truck. If you're doing less than $500 a day gross to the truck, then you probably shouldn't be an owner operator. You're making almost no money. You're making company driver money if you're lucky. Because on a 6-day work week, $500 a day, that'd be $3,000 a week gross to the truck. Once you take away all of your expenses, like, you'll be lucky if you're making $500 to $1,000 after expenses. Brookhaven, next 3 interchanges. And it's partly cloudy over to the left, storm to the right, and I'm pretty sure the storm is going northeast. So yeah, we are like at the tail end of the storm, just riding the backside of it. All right, tonight I'm not eating out of the truck stop. Lots of lightning ahead of me. Tonight I am going to make cheese dip. I'm going to have nachos, and I'm going to heat up a couple burritos too. And I'm going to dip the burritos in cheese dip. So I'm going to have nachos, and I'm going to dip the burritos in the cheese dip as well. It's going to be great. We're only about 10 days away from the World Cup. Sports ball, the biggest sports ball event. I know that people in the United States don't generally watch football. Well, we call it soccer in the United States. The rest of the world calls it football, but we call it soccer because we already have something we call football that's not really football. It's throw ball. Or handball. I don't know what you'd call it, but it's not football. American football. But football is the world sport. Not American football, but the real football. And a lot of people in the U.S. don't realize how big football is in the world. They don't realize that the big football stars like Cristiano Ronaldo
There's construction ahead.
are known worldwide, whereas people like Tom Brady are not well known outside the United States. And put the football in comparison to American football, the Super Bowl, last statistics I heard on the Super Bowl, there are around 300 million people that watch the Super Bowl. I haven't seen these statistics in a long time, so it's probably different now. But last time I saw these statistics, there were around 300 million people that watched the Super Bowl. And around 2 billion that watched the World Cup final. Or it might have been 1.2 billion. It was over a billion people. I think it was around 2 billion people that watched the World Cup final. All right, it's supposed to start, or it's about to start, not supposed to start. Up ahead, I can see heavy rain. It's about to start dumping about a mile up. So yeah, the World Cup is a massive event, and it's being held in the United States this year. I still haven't looked up to see what cities are going to host World Cup games. The way they do it is when a country hosts the World Cup, they generally will have the games played in several cities around the country. Like there'll be like 4, 5, 6 different stadiums around the country that they host the games in. And I think with the U.S. hosting the World Cup this time, I think we're hosting it in partnership. What in the shit was that? I hope I didn't run over it. I think we're hosting it in partnership with Canada or Mexico or both, to where like some of the games are being played in the US, some are being played in Canada, some are being played in Mexico. I can't remember. But we're probably going to have a lot of tourists in the United States during the World Cup. It is a massive event that dwarfs the Super Bowl. And it's not like a single day event. It's like a month-long tournament. The first part is the knockout, or not the knockout, but it's the group stage. So every team that makes it to the World Cup gets put into a group, and over the course of like a week, you play against everyone in your group. I think it's one game against everyone in your group. And you get points based on how you do against your opponents. And I forget what the point system is, but I think it's something like 3 points for a win, 2 points, it might be 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. I can't remember what the points are, but like I think there's 4 teams in a group, and 2 of the teams in the group make it. The 2 teams with the 2 top teams out of the group make it. So they cut like half the field in the group stage. All right, I'm about to get in a bad situation where I'm going to be jammed in behind FedEx, and I'm going to have a lot of 4-wheelers trying to pass me, so let's go ahead and get around FedEx and avoid this bad situation. Ooh, that's a puddle of standing water. I didn't feel the truck hydroplane at all on it. Damn, FedEx, turn your headlights on. And it looks like we got a slow 4-wheeler. So the World Cup, I think, starts on June 10th. I think the USA plays its first game on June 11th. I have no idea how good the USA team is. We had an amazing coach. One of the most highly regarded players and coaches ever. It was a former German player. And he was trying to rebuild USA football, our international team. And not just our international team, he was trying to rebuild USA football as a whole across our entire country. Because he said in order for the United States to be able to compete with the other international teams, the other elite top international teams, that the United States had to build a youth program. So he was trying to build, soccer around, or football around the country. He was trying to get more kids to play football. He was trying to build leagues and stuff like that. And he was trying to develop younger players to play on the international team. And he didn't really respect the older players that we had on the international team. He didn't feel that they were very good. But we had older players on the international team that had, been really good on the international team. All right, we got another tire in the road. So he tried to explain to people that the United States was not going to be a competitive team in international football for a long time. They were going to have to change everything, and it was going to take, a decade or more to see the results of that. But he was in it for the long haul. He was rebuilding everything the right way. He wasn't just trying to maximize for the current situation and just eke out what little success he could. He was trying to develop for the future. And they didn't let him stay around long enough. He didn't get the results that they expected. I think the team did not qualify for the World Cup. The United States almost always qualifies for the World Cup. And I think the last World Cup or the one before that, the United States did not qualify for the World Cup. And I think that's the World Cup where Jurgen Klinsmann or whatever his name is, I can't remember his damn name, some German name. I think that's the World Cup where he got, or that's the time when he got fired as coach. Was when we failed to make the World Cup. I think they were letting him try his experiment as long as he kept meeting the same standards we had before he got there. But he started, he basically stopped using all the older players, and he was playing with a really young team. Because he was, trying to develop them for the future. Because he was trying to, vie for a World Cup championship. He wasn't just trying to make the World Cup. And what's pretty crazy is during his era and shortly thereafter, we started having some really amazing prospects coming out of the United States, which is kind of abnormal. Usually, U.S. players rarely ever play on good football teams. And we had USA players that were playing on some really good football clubs, and were top prospects on their clubs. So it was looking very promising for the future of the U.S. international team. And he is probably the reason why. I don't know. I don't follow football very much. I never even watched football until, oh my goodness, it was a World Cup back around, I would guess, somewhere in the ballpark of 2016 maybe. I'm not sure what year. Okay, this is the 26th. It would have been 26. It happens every 4 years. So 26, 22, 2018, 2014. So it would have been the 2014 World Cup. Germany won. that's the first time I ever really watched football. A coworker talked me into coming over to his house and watching some games, and I got interested and started watching it. I watched the remainder of that World Cup. And I haven't really paid any attention to any other World Cup since then. But I'm going to try to watch this one. What I might try to do is just watch the U.S. games. I like USA because, I live there. That's my country. And I like Germany. I like Germany because they don't flop, generally. And flopping, faking fouls in football is a huge problem. And I think it's just like flopping started to become a huge problem in the NBA and basketball. And they banned it. Like if you try to fake a foul, you'll get a foul called on you. Because they didn't want to see that crap in basketball. I think people in the United States, they can't stand that type of behavior. That is really scummy play. It's cheating, and people in the United States cannot stand cheating in sports. And cheating by faking fouls is rampant in football. It's one of the biggest reasons that I have trouble watching it, because the referees in football are so bad. I mean, they are worse than NBA refs. The only referees of any sport that I've ever seen that I was like shocked at how good they were, NFL. NFL refs, and not all of them, but NFL referees, I've seen them make calls that you can sit there and watch it in slow motion over and over and over again for like 5 minutes. And then you're like, yeah, they made the right call. It's like, how do they even see that? There's so much stuff going on the field. And yeah, they get calls wrong on occasion. and they miss a lot of calls. There's a lot of things they choose not to call. Players get away with a lot of stuff. They do miss a lot of things, but in general, they are phenomenal. Like, they are extremely good. Got about 27 miles until we go through Jackson. 155 miles left, so that's 2 hours and 35 minutes, and I have 2 hours and 48 minutes left on my clock, so I have 13 minutes to spare. I am really happy about this dedicated run. I'm glad it's working out. It's lasted long enough now that I've made enough money that I've got a little bit of a cushion. Everything from here on out's just gravy. Looks like TMI tried to get out and pass a four-wheeler, and that four-wheeler wasn't having it. TMI, I think, is just the rental company where they rent the tanker from. Volume, it's Volume. Volume is the company that hauls Carbon Black with TSD. They're the other company that hauls Carbon Black. So they have a tanker division as well, huh? I hope all these people in front of me are exiting because they all just passed me and now they're going slow in front of me. That's the reason I had a big ass cluster of cars behind me. Whenever I moved back over to the right lane is because all those cars were just going slow behind me. And as soon as I got out in the left lane, they all took off. I'm like, oh my God, a slow truck's blocking the road. I gotta go 100 miles an hour and get in front of it. And then I moved back over. They passed me, moved back over in front of me, and just started going slow again. What the hell is this alert that I got on my phone? I've never seen that symbol before. Alright, I got a four-wheeler passing me, and I got a big truck about to start passing me. So yeah, I might try to watch all the Germany games and all the USA games. I didn't even double check that Germany is in the World Cup. I just assume that Germany's in the World Cup because Germany is year over year one of the top international teams. Yeah, just what the shit, man? Why the hell would you come over so fucking close in front of me? Oh my god, that was so dangerous. Dumbass. And I'm going downhill, max weight load. Somebody just comes over like 15 feet in front of me. Stupid jackass. Sign says 20 miles to Jackson. All right, let's talk about Iran again. I'm not sure what I said about Iran earlier, but basically Iran has cut off all negotiations with the United States because as part of the ceasefire, Israel was supposed to stop attacking Lebanon. And Israel never stopped attacking Lebanon. So Iran has ended all negotiations. The United States has been saying that we're a couple of minutes away from signing a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a beautiful deal. It's going to be a great deal. They're beautiful people. They're great people. Wonderful people. It's going to be a wonderful deal. And Iran has been saying that that is not true. We're not close to signing a deal. And Iran has now just come out and said, we're not even going to talk to you guys anymore. Is that going to stop Trump from saying that we're like a couple of seconds away from a deal? No, it's not. We've been in this situation with Iran before where they weren't taking our calls. They weren't talking to us. And the United States was still saying back then that we were moments away from a deal. The United States has been lying the entire time about the status of negotiations. They've been doing it to manipulate the financial markets and propaganda to influence public opinion. And what I'm hearing now is that some people think that Iran is intentionally trying to drag out the negotiations until the midterm elections to see if they can get like the Democrats, because everybody's kind of assuming the Democrats are going to win the election because of how poorly this war has gone and how stupid Trump has looked throughout this war and the constant lies, the blatant lies. So they're expecting the Democrats are going to win the midterm elections. Trump is probably going to get impeached, and they're going to undo everything that he's done. And they might just tell the president to completely withdraw from Iran. If the Democrats take over the legislature, then they can tell the president to stop all hostilities against Iran. And that might be what they do. However, I think Iran is underestimating how much influence Israel has over our government. It's not just Republicans, it's also Democrats that Israel has tremendous sway over. So even if the Democrats win the election, nothing may change with the Iran war. So Iran is... I don't think that they're stalling negotiations for midterm elections. I mean, that's a theory that's being floated around. I don't think that's the case. It doesn't make much sense. There's no reason to expect that if the Democrats win the midterm elections that terms are going to be more favorable for Iran. I think the reason Iran appears to be stalling negotiations is because they don't want to negotiate. The people that the United States are talking to are the politicians in Iran. The politicians are not in control. And the politicians do want to make a deal. The IRGC, who is in control of Iran, doesn't want to make a deal. They don't want to negotiate at all. So they're only willing to accept a deal if it's extremely lopsided in their favor. And the politicians are trying to talk the IRGC into accepting a deal that they don't want. And I think that's where the miscommunication is coming from with the United States, is that they're talking with people who actually do want to make a deal, but the people making the decision don't want to make a deal. And the U.S. is pretending like that's not the case. They're pretending like the people they're talking to have the power to make the deal that they want. And also the IRGC wants the supply chain disruption to actually have an impact before they end it. They want oil to go to $200 a barrel, and they want it to stay there for a while before they end the war. Because they don't want anyone to ever attack them again. And right now, if they end the supply chain disruption, then by the time we start feeling the effects, the government will spin it in a way to blame it on something else. And people won't associate the recession we're about to go into with the Strait of Hormuz. They'll blame it on something else. Or it might not be severe enough to keep people from getting mad at the thought of attacking Iran again. "6:20 p.m. and traffic is really light here in Jackson, Mississippi." Traffic is picking up. But it's still pretty nice. It's a lot nicer than I expected. We're probably going to see a spike in oil prices with Iran announcing that they're terminating negotiations. And now,
in half a mile, keep right to stay on I-55 North. Follow signs for I-20 East, US 49 South.
the United States is going to have to start negotiating with Israel to try to get them to stop invading Lebanon.
Keep right to stay on I-55 North. Continue on I-20 East for 2 miles. In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 North. Follow signs for Grenada, Memphis. Keep left to stay on I-55 North. Continue for 126 miles.
About to drive into the rain again. So yeah, the going back to the Iran situation, yeah, just as soon as like I start to feel comfortable on the road, somebody cuts me off. Yeah, just everybody pass me on the right, cut me off, just weave through traffic. Why should I expect anything different? Lots of brake lights up ahead. Looks like people just tailgating. Looks like there's a few slow vehicles up there, and we have some really aggressive truck drivers. Why is this jackass turning on their four ways and blocking traffic like a dumbass? Why do we have two cars driving with their four ways on? Did one car see the other one doing it and they're like, oh, I should have my four ways on? Like, what the fuck is going on? Once we make it past the Nissan plant, traffic should die down. All right, there's nobody to my right. I got a little something in the left side of the lane. Ooh, it's an animal. So, in my opinion, oil should be at about $150 to $200 a barrel right now. And with Iran ending negotiations, we might start to see oil finally start climbing up. There's been a tremendous amount of propaganda and market manipulation by the U.S. government that has kept oil prices very low because people in the financial markets are not very bright. Man, I'm getting some strong wind. Ooh, we're about to get in some good rain. Got a bunch of crap in the road. Hopefully nobody overreacts and like gets in a wreck trying to avoid hitting a trash bag. Yeah, it's really windy right now. There's shit flying all over the place. And we're about to hit some Heavy rain. You gotta be really careful. These idiots that drive like panicked animals, weaving through traffic and shit, they are usually some of the worst about slamming on their brakes in bad weather. Because they're basically panicked animals. And the cars in front of me have slowed way down. Cars behind me, not so much. The hell was that? Was that a wind gust that pushed me over to the left? Or is that coming off the bridge? Maybe it was coming off the bridge coupled with a wind gust. Oh yeah, I'm getting some really hard pushes from right to left. Oh my goodness, man. There's some crazy wind gusts. You can see the wind blowing because of the rain. You can see the wind ripping the rain across the road. I'm having to slow way down because traffic in front of me is going really slow. This car doesn't have their lights on. I want to pass this car, but I don't want to get up going too fast because I'm really heavy. These are slick roads, and this fucking idiot gonna cut me off. Yep. I can't see very far in front of me. Alright, the slow car in front of me just cut off the flatbed to my right. Alright, rain is letting up. Wind is not as bad, but it's still windy. The worst part of these storms is typically the outer edge. The edge of the storm. That's where the worst wind is at. This damn four-wheeler is trying to keep me from passing. It was going really slow, and when I caught up with it, it started speed matching me. Now it's moving over in front of me for reasons I have no fucking idea why it moved over in front of me. I think we passed the Nissan plant, but I don't know. I haven't been able to pay attention to what we're driving past because of conditions. Traffic in front of me just almost came to a fucking stop. You stupid jackasses. I was doing 65 miles an hour and the dumbasses in front of me just slowed down to 35. Both lanes. This is the kind of fucking idiots that I'm talking about. You have to be really careful in rain because you'll have retards slow down. They'll just stop in the damn interstate. We're doing 35 miles an hour because it's raining. It's not like super low visibility where we don't have a lot of standing water or anything. It's just raining. And some dumbass up there decided to slow down. We're now slowing down even more. We're down to 24 miles an hour now. I don't know what in the hell is going on up ahead. This is absolutely idiotic. Maybe it speeds up once we get around these three dumb shits right here. Oh, and as I'm getting out trying to pass, they're speeding up. I have a feeling this truck in front of me is going to move over into the left lane. They're eyeballing my space, and I'm having a difficult time accelerating because I'm so heavy. I think these two fucking morons right here, sorry for the language, I think these two are the cause of that stopped traffic. Sorry, that was just really dangerous what they did. Just like stopping in the middle of the interstate. If you're ever in that situation, you think the road conditions are so dangerous that you need to go like 25 miles an hour on the interstate, and everybody else around you is doing like 70, then you need to get off the interstate. Got to make sure that car isn't behind me. They don't have their lights on. Well, hopefully we made it past the storm. I thought that was the case earlier, but we found more storm. Alright, let's go grab some tropical punch. It's been a very interesting drive so far. There's the Nissan plant. Nissan Parkway. Now we're back to cruising the open highway. Now I can go back to thinking about what's for dinner, because I've only got 102 miles until dinner time. So we're going to do nachos. We're going to do burritos. And I think I might bust out my computer and check my video game. So a video game that I've been playing, kind of, is a really old game called Asheron's Call. And Asheron's Call, everybody, well, almost everybody plays it with a bot program. It's a program that plays your character for you. The game is so tedious with managing buffs, and the combat system is so bad that almost everybody just uses this program to play their characters for them. And they play the game because it has really cool progression systems and really cool loot systems. But the gameplay itself, it sucks. It's a game that was developed in the 90s. It released in like November of 99. And the game has been shut down, so it only exists as an emulator now on private servers. Is that somebody walking down the shoulder? It appears to be. detour ahead, US 51 closed. So anyway, the server that I currently play on, there's lots of private servers. The one I currently play on is not very stable. They restart the server all the time. It's lucky if it can make it 24 hours without being restarted. So what I do is I get my characters macroing, is what we call it in that game. I get the bot program playing my characters for me, just sitting there in one spot killing things that respawn over and over. I get them doing that, and then, I just leave the game running. But I haven't been bothering with it since I've been doing this dedicated account. There's only been one time that I bothered to log my characters in and start them playing, and they restarted the server about 12 hours later. So the whole time I've been doing this dedicated account, my characters have played for about 12 hours. Because I just haven't felt like breaking out the computer and getting it all set up. Like, I have very limited free time, and I just haven't been in the mood to waste my free time doing that. But while the stuff is cooking, I might break out the computer and do that. And I also have information on my new load. I can throw that into my spreadsheet, and it'll be up to date with all the loads I've done. $173 miles to Memphis, and I've got 95 miles until my stop. So that means I'm going to be somewhere in the ballpark of 75 miles away from Memphis when I start driving. And an hour and 35 minutes from now would be about 8:30. I'll be shutting down somewhere in the ballpark of 8:30 p.m. That means I can start driving again at 6:30 a.m. and I'll be about 75 miles. I'll be about an hour and 20 minutes away from Memphis. So that means I'm going to be rolling into Memphis at like the worst part of rush hour, right at like 7:45, 8 a.m. Right at the end of rush hour. Some people start leaving for work at 7 a.m. Some start leaving at 6:50. Some at 7:15. But you have the majority of people out on the road between like 7:30 and 8 a.m. So I might do an extra hour on my 10-hour break. Just so I won't be rolling into Memphis during rush hour. Trying to make sure that my lights are on. I'm still having a electrical issues with stuff that I'm pretty sure are caused by that trailer I was hooked up to. That trailer that I was hooked up to that had all those wiring issues, it blew 2 fuses. It tripped a breaker on one of my outlets, and I've been getting error codes on one of my coolers ever since then. I might have to end up replacing one of my coolers because of that jacked up trailer. And the place where I'm stopping at, planning to, has a sign that says free showers, free parking. We'll see how sticky and icky I feel whenever I get there. I might go take them up on their free shower. Because I just took a shower a few hours ago, but then I had to deal with this damn trailer and the landing gear. Not wanting to turn. Well, let's check and see what this symbol is. Flash flood warning. That's what that weird symbol was. And Amazon sent me an email saying that the electrical cord that I ordered on Saturday has just now shipped out. So now I'll have a spare electric cord. The one I'm got on the truck right now cost me $110 plus tax. And the one I ordered on Amazon cost me $40 plus tax. Yazoo City. That sounds familiar. I think. All right, I delivered a load to a prison once, and I want to say it was in Yazoo City or near Yazoo City in Mississippi, and that was a kind of a strange experience. It was not what I expected. I expected a lot more security. Like, I've had check-in processes. The check-in process to get to these tire plants was more involved than the check-in process at that prison. The security gate basically just told me to go over there. So there was a road that went into like the main prison area where visitors went. And then there was another road that went to a bunch of warehouse-like buildings. And when I got to the security gate, they didn't like search me or my vehicle or anything. I can't even remember what exactly I did at the check-in. I think that they just told me to go over there to the warehouses. So I drove over there to the warehouses, and I was expecting to see like a sign that told me where to go, and there wasn't. So I just started walking around, and there are prisoners walking around out there, and this is not like a fenced-off area. This is not a secure area. So, like, I ran across a prisoner, and he was like, or no, I think I ran across a guard while I was walking around, and I said, hey, trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go. And he said, what do you got? And I said, it's a bunch of candy bars and stuff like that. I think it's commissary, if I had to guess. And he said, that's that building right there. I said, all right, thanks. So then I walk over to that building, and there's a prisoner in a jumpsuit And I walk up onto the dock, and he greets me, and he says, what do you got? And I said, I don't know. It's a bunch of candy bars and stuff like that. And he said, okay, well, you can back up right here. And so I went ahead and backed in. And then after I got backed in, I walked back there, and the security guard, one of the guards said, what do you got? And I said, I don't know what it is. If I had to guess, I'd say commissary. It's a bunch of candy bars. I saw a bunch of Reese's Buttercups and stuff like that in it. Ramen noodles. And I handed him the bill of lading. He did not even look at it. He just handed it to the prisoner. The prisoner did all of the paperwork. The prisoner did all the unloading. The prisoner did everything, and the guard, like, that was the only time I spoke to the guard. And I asked, no, actually, I think whenever I left, I asked the guard, like, what do I do when I leave? Do I just go? And he was like, yeah, just go out the same way you came in. And I just drove out. Nobody inspected me. Nobody searched anything. Like, I could have had 100 prisoners in the back of that trailer whenever I drove out of there. Nobody searched my vehicle, nothing. But I'm guessing the reason it was so lax was because that particular spot, that unsecure area, was just trustee prisoners. Prisoners that had, like, zero motive to run away. Like, these are people that are not going to run away. Man, I'm starting to get a little scared about the fuel usage. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it all the way back down to Macomb. I think I'm going to have to throw in like 60 gallons somewhere. I'll have to figure out another fuel stop. I probably should have gone ahead and thrown in that 30 gallons at Macomb. It's 1,300 miles round trip. So from Macomb, pick up the load, go back up here, and then back down to Macomb is going to be 1,300 miles. And for me to be able to do 1,300 miles on a fuel tank, I'm going to have to average Love's just finished fixing that truck. I'm going to have to average over 6 miles per gallon. 6 miles per gallon will get me 1,200 miles. I'm not sure what we need for 1,300. I think it's 6.5. It should be, yeah, because 7 would give me 1,400 miles. All right, let's do an ETA and check my drive time. "72 miles, hour and 12 minutes, and I have an hour and 33 minutes. So plenty of extra time. Should be getting there right at 8:30. Let's check the news real quick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have propaganda. The headline says, "Trump conversation with Netanyahu results in major shift from Israel." Let's see. And Iran is threatening retaliation due to the blockade. So Trump says that he persuaded Netanyahu to call off Beirut strikes. Israeli troops turned around. Do I believe that? No. And we have another article of Trump saying that an Iran deal is possible within a week after they resolve this little glitch. So I expected, Iran not even willing, Iran stopping all negotiations would still not stop from Trump from saying that a deal was moments away. Unfortunately, I think what's going to happen is oil prices are going to stay low, and we're going to keep giving away oil from our strategic petroleum reserves to other countries until the shortages happen. And that's just going to make the problem worse. It's like living on a credit card and pretending like you're not living on a credit card and just spending like crazy, not doing any cutbacks, not making any preparations. It's just going to make the problem that much worse. It's going to happen faster, and it's going to be a bigger problem to deal with. Right now, we should be doing things like setting up some form of social welfare for farmers, some type of subsidy system to help farmers so that they will continue planting crops. We want farmers planting as much as possible. And right now, farmers are about to have to start making some decisions on, is it worth it to plant that field? And we want them planting every field that they possibly can. So we need to, like, we should have already been working on a program a couple months ago with some kind of social welfare for farmers, because we all need them. We all depend on them. When the airlines almost went out of business after 9/11, we bailed them out. We subsidized them. In my opinion, that's one of the reasons we created TSA, is because the airlines were paying for security up to that point. And then the government subsidized airport security by creating the TSA. That reminded me of when I worked at the airport. It reminded me of something. There was this girl that worked at some Hawaiian airline. I forgot the name of it, but it was like, I think it was Aloha Airlines. And she looked Hawaiian. Pretty girl. She was a little chubby, but pretty. And she was always flirting with me. And she would, like, bring me candy and stuff like that. She would bake cookies for me and bring me cookies. And then one day, I saw her coming through the airport on a flight. She was she came back from Hawaii or something. And she was with a guy. And I looked at her, gave her some side eye, and then she stopped. From that point onward, she never flirted with me again, never brought me cookies or anything. I think she was in a relationship, and she was like, wanting me to be her side something. What the fuck? This jackass just started coming into the lane with me while he's like, just came into my damn lane. Now he's driving off the shoulder. What the hell is wrong with people? He probably thinks he's like a really good driver because he cuts so close to cars. He's like, that takes skill. No, it's stupid and dangerous. That's like playing Russian roulette, and because you didn't blow your head off, you think you're really skilled. Like you're amazing. No, you're not. You just got really lucky. What you did was really dangerous and really stupid, and you got really lucky. I'm about to get jammed in behind this damn truck because there's a U-Haul hauling ass in the right lane, and I'm not going to let it jam me in. The four-wheeler and the U-Haul behind me, everybody behind me sees me catching up with this slower vehicle, and they all just took off trying to get alongside me before I started passing this vehicle. I'm like, fuck all of you. And that truck's mud flaps are just for decoration purposes only. One of the mud flaps had obviously been nearly ripped off to a blowout, and the other mud flap looked like it'd been probably another blowout caused the bar to bend way up, and they didn't bother bending the bar back down. They just put a new mud flap on it. So his mud flap was bent so far up it was nearly vertical, wasn't really covering the tires, and his other mud flap, the bar was just mangled. It's been a fairly easy day, aside from the drama with hooking up to the trailer, the landing gear. Compared to yesterday, it was a really easy day. Yesterday was a really long day, having to deal with that electrical issue. And it really pisses me off that the guy told me it was definitely 100% the trailer. He put some kind of tester on there and tested my electric cord and said it was definitely the trailer, that everything, I was getting all good signals from the tractor through the cable, and it ended up being two blown fuses on the tractor. Douglas Express Delivery. You know, that sounds like something that would be really fun to do, is delivery in like a car. And if I would have never been a truck driver and I was sitting here looking at cool things, being a truck driver is something I would think would be cool. It'd be something I'd want to do. You know, just driving around, delivering stuff and getting paid for it. Whenever you think about it, we are one of the highest paid delivery drivers. I've thought about looking into some type of delivery service. I've looked into Uber and DoorDash, and that is just not worth it. I don't know how people make a living on that. There must be something about the compensation that I'm not understanding. Because when I look at it, I mean, you're looking at making maybe $20 an hour. I mean, yeah, if you're doing taxi service, you can make more than that. But even the taxi service is really cheap. Like, I used Uber. When my car was in the shop, and it was like $10 for me to get from my house to the shop, and it was like a 5-mile drive. And every time somebody came and picked me up, they drove like 5 or 10 miles to get to me. I had to sit around and wait for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes for them to show up. 5 miles in city traffic is quite a drive. But yeah, I want to say it was about 5 miles from my house to the shop. And they only made like $10 for that. And it took them probably 20 minutes to get to me. And then to get me to my house was 10 or 15 minutes. So easily a half hour for $10. And I don't know what they get paid on the, and I know that they're not getting that whole $10. Like, that's what I paid, was $10. They're probably only getting like $5. Uber is greedy. They give the drivers very little of what they get paid. I occasionally will check in on Crazy Bags. He was a Prime Incorporated driver. He was one of the drivers I used to watch videos of whenever I was researching trucking. And he was like one of the top Prime drivers. He had a really big social media channel, really big YouTube channel. He did interviews with like their recruiting department and stuff like that. He was a trainer. Like, he was hot shit over at Prime. And then he got a trainee that he got into a relationship with. And then she requested another trainer because she felt that he was being too hard on her or something like that. And anytime, and I've never driven for Prime, this is just based off of what I heard in the video. Anytime a trainee requests a new trainer, Prime does an investigation. And they interviewed both of them to figure out what happened. Why did they request another trainer? And during the interview, Prime discovered that the two of them were in a relationship. And they didn't try to hide the fact that they were in a relationship. I don't think either one of them thought it was a big deal that they were in a relationship. And she didn't think the relationship had anything to do with why she was requesting another trainer. She thought that he was just too strict as a trainer, too hard. His expectations were too high. But Prime has... I wish this truck would stop fucking sitting alongside of me. Prime has very strict policies and procedures. Why are you just sitting there? The hell's wrong with you? He's just sitting there speed matching me, and he's jamming up traffic, and he's running me into the back of this damn box truck. Stupid jackass. I'll speed up if you're just going to sit there alongside me like a fucking idiot. I'm going to let traffic around you on the right. And here comes this fucking idiot. The same dumbass that was sitting alongside me speed matching me. He sped up whenever I sped up. Fucking it. Now he's going to cut me off. Anyway, what were we talking about before Captain Dumbass decided to just sit alongside me and block traffic? It's a little one-man traffic jam. Is he playing games with the truck in front of me? That truck in front of me was hauling ass. Did that pickup speed up and keep him from passing? It's some old fat guy. It looks a lot like me. Except more redneck. Damn, pallet hustler. You're moving. I got a pickup with a trailer full of pallets, like 14 feet tall stack of pallets that is hauling ass down the left lane. Oh, the truck is trying to pass the one-man traffic jam. And here comes the pallet hustler. And the one-man traffic jam is speed matching him, keeping him from passing. Is this the reason he did that shit? Were the two of them going back and forth like this for a long time, and then he got alongside me to block him in? Is that the reason he was sitting alongside me speed matching me? Was to block that guy? It's hard to tell, but it looks like the trailer tires are like cambered outward. I think that trailer is way overweight. Those trailer tires are not going straight down to the ground. The trailer tires are at an angle. Oh my goodness. Duck Hill is 10. Granada is 20. 10 miles to Duck Hill, 20 miles to Granada. Well, once we get around this turn, I might be able to see if the fight is still on between one-man traffic jam and the truck. Oh, the truck made it around. The truck is in front of one-man traffic jam. I forgot what the hell I was talking about. Oh, I'll probably remember in a minute. Oh, suspension. I'm not sure if I uploaded the video where I was hauling that really heavy load. I picked up a load in Ivanhoe, Louisiana. It was the only live load I've ever done. I had to sit there and I had to pull underneath a chute, and they gave me a walkie-talkie where I just pulled forward and backward so that they could load the trailer for like 3 hours. And they started loading me in the very front of the trailer. And I'm pretty sure they overloaded me on the drive axles, because on that load, not only was the load heavier than normal, like they're not supposed to put over 44,000 pounds in these trailers, and that load was 44,400 pounds. So not only was it overweight according to the contract, I think they front loaded it. I think it was nose heavy, because every time I would go over any bump, any kind of bump in the road or a bridge or anything, the drive suspension would bounce really high and then slam back down, and it would slam all the way down to metal on the suspension. It was hitting so hard that there was things flying around in my sleeper. My Xbox my Xbox has never come out of the cabinet. Like, everything was moving around in the sleeper. Everything was tossed around. Because every little bump in the road, I would bounce off of it and then slam back down really hard. I've never experienced that in the truck before. And I've hauled like 80,000 pound loads. I've never experienced that. Like right now, this is an 80,000 pound load, or close to it. And it's not doing that. This has been a very smooth ride. Another DED. I saw a van earlier that was Douglas Express delivery, and now it's a semi truck that's Douglas Express delivery. So they haul in semi trucks and vans. All right, let me slow down, let this person finish passing me. Ugh. Great. I've got a slow truck in front of me now because I'm heavy. This truck is really light and went up the hill really fast. Hopefully we have another hill and they just get really far ahead of me. I don't have to deal with them anymore. Sorry I got quiet. I just have this slow truck in front of me. And we're not hitting much of any uphills that's slowing me down. Quite the opposite. We've been hitting a lot of downhill. I'm not familiar with the road, so I don't know what to expect over the next few miles, but I hope we didn't just like finish all the uphill and now it's downhill for the rest of the way, and this asshole just managed to pass me right as we got past the last uphill. All right, looks like we might be going up a decent hill right now. Oh, we're hitting a little bit of rain. Hopefully it's enough to wash the window. Yeah, buddy. So yeah, I think I'm going to take an 11 or 12 hour sleeper break so that I can go through Memphis at a good time. This is going to be a hell of a break. 12 hours? Oh my goodness. A long 12-hour break. Nachos, burritos. Play my video game, maybe watch a movie. I'll probably fire up a movie while I'm eating. Try to get that fly to go out the window. But all I managed to do is let all the cold air out. "19 miles to go." 12-hour sleeper break, man. That's like a day off. I'm going to drink some strawberry Fanta. I've still got a 2-liter of strawberry Fanta. I brought 2 2-liters of strawberry Fanta with me, and I drank one of them. I think I'm going to pop open the other one. We're going to feast tonight. Rotel and not Velveeta. I got the generic melting cheese, the generic version of Velveeta, and it's good. So Rotel and cheese to make some cheese dip, then some Cantina generic, like Great Value brand Cantina style tortilla chips. They are really good. They're better than any name brand I've found, except this one that's only available in the Pacific Northwest. It's a red bag, has a like a Mexican woman on it, and it's like Rose's tortilla chips or something. I forget the name of it. Those things are amazing. And the Great Value Cantina style potato chips or tortilla chips, those things are a really close second. Normally, I cannot stand tortilla chips without dip, but I can eat the Great Value Cantina tortilla chips straight, no dip. I can just sit there and snack on them. They're that good. Trying to think if there's anything I need to do on my break. I can't think of anything. Oh, is there a mom and pop truck stop over there? I see Swift heading down that road over to the right. And I see signs for like a truck stop or convenience store. Yeah, it looks like a little mom and pop truck stop. Looked like they even had a cat scale. Get her done. That person is hauling ass. Going about 100 miles an hour. So what? We only got 9.6 miles. One final thought in the brief moment we have left. What do I think the likelihood is that we're going to go back to an active shooting war in the near future? I've been saying all along that I think the only way to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz is with a ground invasion of Iran. So I think that is probably eventually going to happen. It may not happen for a year, 2 years, 5 years. That is definitely not going to happen anytime soon, because that's something that takes weeks or months of troop buildup and infrastructure, and we might even need to have a draft. Like, I guess it's a ground invasion of Iran would be a monumental task. So that's not happening anytime soon. So what do I think the chances are that we're going to go back to, like, shooting missiles at each other and pretending like we're accomplishing something? I think the chances are, I don't know, let me think about it for a second. Iran just recently threatened retaliation for the blockade. I'm not sure exactly what they threatened to retaliate with. My guess is that they might shut down the Red Sea. They might shut down the Strait of Bab el-Mandab using the Houthis out of Yemen. Or they might cut undersea data cables. Or they might fire missiles or drones at some type of targets. Most likely, I would think that they would fire missiles or drones at some targets. But Trump has made threats recently about going back to war, an active shooting war with Iran. And Iran has made threats recently about going back to a shooting war. And Israel is trying to get us back into a shooting war with Iran. right now, at this moment, I don't see it being likely that we're going to go back to a shooting war in the near future within the next 1 to 2 months. I'm just not seeing us going back to a shooting war. Why? Because Iran doesn't want to go back to a shooting war. Iran likes it exactly the way it is because they're putting pressure on Israel and the United States by disrupting the global supply chain. And they want to keep everything exactly the way it is right now. I mean, they would obviously like sanctions removed, and they would like the blockade to be ended. But aside, from those types of things, it's going really well for Iran right now. All right, I'm 4 miles away from my exit. Oh man, I was sitting here debating on whether to pass this 65 truck, and then I saw the four-wheeler in front of him. I pretty much made the decision I was going to pass him, and then I saw that four-wheeler, and I was like, I'll have to pass two of them. By the time I complete the pass, I might only be like a mile from my exit. So we're just going to sit back here behind these 65 people. And Trump, like Iran doesn't want a shooting war to start back up. Trump doesn't want a shooting war to start back up. If a shooting war starts back up, then it's going to bring like some legal gray areas into the War Powers Act into question. Like, did, this conflict ever truly stop? Because Trump has gone over the 60 days in the War Powers Act. So this could be like ammunition for the Democrats to impeach him, abuse of power type stuff. So there's a lot of legal gray area Trump is going to be diving into if he restarts the war. He doesn't want to do it for that reason. He also doesn't want to do it
in 2 miles, take exit 220
for fear of further escalation. Because Iran said, if you start the war back up, we're not going to restrain ourselves. And Israel has said that as soon as the war restarts, they're taking out Iran's infrastructure. And Iran said, if you attack our infrastructure, we're going to destroy everyone's infrastructure. So if the war restarts and everybody does what they say they're going to do, then it's going to be a massive escalation, and the supply chain disruption is going to double or more. And we are going to be put into a position where we're going to be forced to have a ground invasion of Iran in order to end the war, in order to reopen everything, in order to get in there and repair the data cables that they're going to cut. Because they said, they're going to cut the sea cables. They're going to shut down the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, the Red Sea. They're going to attack pipelines. They said no more restraint. We're going to go all out, and we're taking everybody down. That's basically what they said will happen if we start the war back up, and especially if we attack infrastructure.
Take exit 220.
And Israel would love that to happen, because that would basically be Iran committing genocide in the Middle East. And Israel loves genocide.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto Mississippi 330 East, Tillatoba Road. Then you'll take your first left into the parking lot.
"29 minutes left on my hours of service clock."
Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination will be on the left.
There's a lot of people already here. That's pretty crazy. Let's take the seatbelts off.
The parking lot. Then your destination will be on the right.
Alright, I think there's a spot in between these two. And yes, there is.
Your destination is on the right.
Very close to the same spot I was parked in last night. And let's go on duty post-trip inspection. Yay! I'm gonna do a quick walk around. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness, the knees. Where in the hell? Oh my goodness. It just sprayed out the air governor, blew dirt all over me. Where is my tire thumper at? There it is. I don't know how in the hell it got way over there. I had to basically pull out my entire side compartment. All right, now let's go take a look. The tire pressure must be really high. Tires are probably really hot because they are thumping. It's like a taut balloon. So, yeah, lights, tires, mud flaps are good. So that's it. Let's go ahead and release the trailer brakes. I know a lot of people, they don't like to see. There's a sign right there in the window that says free parking, free showers. I know a lot of people don't like to release their trailer brakes, but me, like, I stress out like over stuff. Whenever I crawl into the sleeper, I'm just sitting there and it's racing in my mind. You know, did I put it in neutral? Did I set my parking brakes? Like, I'm terrified that I screwed up on something and the trailers or the truck's going to start rolling while I'm sleeping or something. I'm going to go ahead and leave my marker lights on tonight. In a lot like this that has poor lighting, yeah, leave those marker lights on. So anyway, I think I'm going to go run in and use the restroom and wash my hands. And if it's the same guy in there, I'm going to tell him that rice bowl was nasty. And that's it for me. So have a good one. Bye.